Ada yang ini slide which product? It is before that we have and it is portrayed in the video. Ada was called and shared as a buzzer, a critical and even called to show that in the video circulating Armando claiming to be presented to support student demonstrations at the House of Representatives. He admitted to support these student actions, demanding the rejection of extension to 3 periods. When the chat was ongoing, suddenly a group of people, including moms, then shouted at Armando as a hypocrite and even called him a traitor. Then having felt disapproved of his accusations, asked the reason for the attack. Accusations were built up, and one day, Armando began to interrupt a number of people who tried to attack him. Several people around him tried to save him and take him away from the crowd. But the mobs continued to push and beat Armando to the floor. Not only beating him, the mobs also stirred Armando until he lost his back. Quoted from Republican.id, Monday, Ade Armando previously said that he was not in the location to join the demonstration, but expressed support for the students, the action and hateful supporting the action. Ade support the students' lawsuit so that there is no extension of the president's term of office. Mr. Ade Armando is a lecturer for Engineering Communication for the University of Indonesia. He is also the chairman of Pergerakan Indonesia, which is an organization devoted to lately, he is being active and vocal on social media and has been known with as someone. That's the news for this Monday from Cibodas, Tangerang City, and Nusantara.
Hola, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Draft Talk. And today I want to talk a little about World Cup 2022. In the major upset, European champion Italy has failed in their bid to reach the World Cup once again. They were beaten 1-0 by North Macedonia in playoffs final to qualify the tournament, which takes place in Qatar starting on 21st November 2022. Alexander Trzaskowski scored a last-minute goal for North Macedonia. Overall, Italy had 32 shots on target compared to just 4 points opponent. Very just like 5 years ago, the final result, the Italian players fell to the ground disbelief and disappointment, with several of them in tears as the opposition celebrate widely. Italy also failed to qualify for the 2018 World Cup after losing to Sweden in two legs of playoffs the previous November, missing 2 straight World Cups never happened before. Before for the fourth-time champion, especially just one after winning the Euro 2020. Mancini, as the Italy coach, was missing many players that helped Italy win the European champion last summer and had to field a makeshift defense, but it was barely troubled by North Macedonia until the very end. Italy got off to an aggressive start but struggled to find a way past the wall of red shirts. And Italy was laying siege to the goal but saw everything charged down by North Macedonia, leaving Mancini looking stunned on the sideline. On the other hand, Portugal did what Italy couldn't. In sync of North Macedonia, they scored 2-0 on Tuesday night to confirm their place at World Cup this winter. North Macedonia from a surprise by beating the Azzurri last Thursday, but the 2016 European champion proved reached too far for the Milan, who were undone by Bruno Fernandes' brace. In qualifying, Portugal maintained their perfect record of reaching every tournament since missing out the 1998 World Cup in France. Although they've come close in recent years with a handful of qualification playoff. My prediction of World Cup 2020. And we start from Group A. We have Qatar as the host, Ecuador, Senegal, the African champions, and Netherlands. And I think Netherlands will be the winner of this group. But I can't really decide who is the runner-up. I will go with Senegal because there is a money to be there. Next in Group B, we have England, Iran, and shockingly USA. And the final spot still taken. And I think we all agree that this will be an easy game and easy group for England. But second spot, the runner-up can decide. I can decide the runner-up because the last spot is still taken. Next, the Group C, we have Argentina, Saudi Arabia, Mexico, and Poland. And of course, I believe that Argentina will be the winner of this group. And I know that many people think that Poland will be the runner-up, the second winner of this group. But in these last few matches, Poland struggled to win, and I think Mexico will be the runner-up. And next, the Group D, we have France, the 2018 World Cup winner, and the second spot still vacant, Denmark and Tunisia. And of course, I think France will be the winner of this group, and Denmark will be the runner-up because Denmark has shown their power in European Championship in 2020. Next to the Group E, we have Spain, and again, the second spot is still vacant, Germany and Japan. It's difficult to decide who will be the winner of this group because Spain, with their tiki-taka style, will dominating the game, but Germany flopped in the 2020 European Championship. But recently, Germany signed Hansi Flick as a new coach. Hansi Flick is the Bayern Munich manager, Bayern coach when Bayern beat Barcelona. It scored 8-2 and win 6 trophies in 1 year. So I will go with Germany as the winner, this group, and Spain as the runner-up. But Japan will be shocked though with their fighting spirit. And Group F, nothing special with this Group F. We have Belgium, Canada, Morocco, and the 2018 World Cup runner-up Croatia. And I think Belgium will be the winner, and Croatia will be the runner-up. Canada and Morocco is not a good team. And next, Group G, we have Brazil, Serbia, Switzerland, and Cameroon. Yeah, I think we all agree that Brazil will be winning this group. Because Serbia, Switzerland, Cameroon is not that good, but I think Switzerland will be the ultimate underdog in this FIFA World Cup 2022 because Switzerland has shown their power by beating Germany and Spain in 2020 European Championship. The last but not least, Group H. We have Portugal, Ghana, Uruguay, and South Korea. And I know that people think that Portugal will be the winner of this group, but I think Uruguay will be the winner because Portugal struggled to qualify the Group H to the World Cup and Cristiano Ronaldo is not that good anymore, so I think Uruguay will be the winner. Portugal will be the runner-up. And me myself, I am a Germany supporter, but only for this World Cup I support Brazil, Argentina, and Portugal because this World Cup might be the last World Cup for Neymar Junior, Leo Messi, and Cristiano Ronaldo. That's it for me. Thanks for watching, and Davino, and have a great day.
This topic will be discussing news for this. Jakarta International Language Review. The Department of Young and Sport for this program and the DKI Jakarta Regional Government a collaboration with the District Construction. This combination is intended second place in Sri Lanka, many actors for opening and later and for the preliminary round, matches will be held on the Saturday and Sunday, and during the month of Ramadan. The match start at 7 o'clock p.m. Basketball League aims to find the seats of skilled basketball athletes from amateur clubs for competitive basketball clubs throughout the age of Uprak. This event is an initiative of the governor of the Jakarta and Sweden in finding the best young seats in basketball. The categories held are ages 15 to 17, boys and girls, and ages 18 to 20, boys and girls. Every player, official, and match equipment must perform an antigen swab before entering the field. Players from this group are also required to transport to doses of vaccination. The organizing committee also carried out a way to minimize the risk of COVID transmission in the 2022 governance. That's all for today's news. See you in the evening.
Good morning, Mr. Sugir. Somebody is Oliver Miguel, from Science. So today I would like to introduce you to the amazing and wonderful smartphone that is Xiaomi Mi 3. Before I talk more about Xiaomi Mi 3, first we're going to watch the video first. So, what is inventory and what does inventory do? So, Xiaomi's inventory is a business app with the ability to track exercise like take step, distance move,
calories burned, sleep with light and total sleep, and heart rate, automatic or manual complete task day, week, or month. So here are the inventory figures. So for the first is the inventory has 0.78 inch always on color display with touch key support and water resistance up to 15 amps. And for the second figures is keeps you connected to all that matters, such as emails, SMS, and calls, so you never get to miss important accounts. And compatible with both Android 4.4 Plus and iOS 9.0 plus devices and include NFC chips that supports LP. And for the last figures, it's top figures include time or data about phone and find. Next, so there are inventory activity tracking figures. Like for the first is heart rate sensor checks your heart rate, pump speed, checks your steps, distance, and speed, choose your heart rate in real time to manage the fatigue. Checks your heart rate in light and with two steps to help you monitor your sleep quality. And for the last, the sedentary reminder lets you when you stay in your class alone. So now I'm going to explain about the inventory figures testing. So the inventory is shipped with the smartphone, yes, sturdy and accurate with accelerometer and heart sensor to track your daily activity. While having a 20 slow battery life that lets you go on a single charge. The inventory comes with a wider display. It also lightweight and interchangeable silicone straps that makes it comfort wear all day long. Inventory can track your heart rate as you start your workout and can also track your heart rate when you sleep. So it can help you to monitor your sleep quality, shows time in the deep and light stage of your sleep. The inventory can track your steps and distance, and all of that, which can be managed via Meet app. And the inventory equipped with Bluetooth, which compatible with both of Android and iOS devices. And for the last features, the inventory can alert you when there is a new notification on your phone, such as emails, incoming calls, and other notifications. So you never get this update on your phone. So that's it from me. And
Okay, so good afternoon, Mr. Siri. My name, good morning. Good morning, Mr. City. My name is Kalasa Panatman, and today for English practical class, I'm going to be talking about a guy who created a utopia for life. But before I start, I would like to ask you a simple question. Have you ever thought living a life with everything you need is available? You don't need to work. You can just do whatever you want to do. Sounds like an amazing life, isn't it? But what if I tell you your stress, anxiety, pressure that you're struggling right now are the essential points for you to survive on Earth? So today I'm going to be talking about universe. So it all started with an American guy, an ethologist named John Cahoon. By the way, ethologist is the study of animals' behavior. So basically, we're trying to understand their characteristics in their natural conditions. He thought with unlimited food, unlimited water, unlimited natural resources, this was going to be a utopia. Because mice have just the needs of water, food, shelter, and mating. Okay, that this is going to be a heaven for these rats. Because okay, wait, sorry. This is going to be heaven for these rats. They have no predators, no exterminators. The only struggle that they would face in life is that they are sequestered in this 9-foot square metal cage that never gets bigger. So one day, John wakes up, and you know what? I'm going to stick up a bunch of mice into a 9-foot square metal cage that never, and call it enclosures more like a cage. So honestly, the thing looks like a horror movie. It had 5-foot full size and it had tunnels that were dug into it. Because literally, mice love tunnels. So he puts in a pairs of mice, and in the first 104 days, we just get to know their place, explore the tunnels, and from 104 until 350, it was a rapid population. He just kept reproducing. Like they doubled their population every 55 days. So by the time it was day 350, there were 620 mice. So by the time it was day 600, there were 2,200 mice, which means if they double their population again, the place won't be enough. But what's fascinating is that they don't double. In fact, there was a change, there was a shift in the community. So the mice started realizing that they were living in a world where there were too many mice and not enough roles, and not enough meaningful roles. So they were divided into different groups, and each group had a role or job in their community. So each mice had something to do with their life. But unfortunately, as the time passed, the reject male mice, which is like a group of males that a female don't want to date with, they want to hang out with, they were just running around and doing absolutely nothing. With that boredom, we just gave up trying. And the alpha male, which is the aggressive male, they're getting more violent and power tripping. And based on John analytics, that's because they have all the natural resources that they need, and they have fulfilled their role in their community. So they feel like they can do whatever they want to do. And the last group is the beta mice. They're not as aggressive as the alpha, but they're not as active as the reject male. They're getting more timid and developing more like a passive personality. They see all the violence around them from alpha male to the reject male, but they wouldn't even stop them. He just didn't care. He didn't care anymore about their surroundings. And after 620 days, the population continued to decline. The female mice started refusing to reproduce. They just didn't have a strong bond with their offspring, even some of them killed their own kids. Like the crime among these rats were getting high as the time passed. They just stopped engaging in courtship. There's no sexual interaction at all. So it all started from focusing to grow the population until it reached a certain point where there were too many mice and not enough roles. Then they started doing crazy activities like cannibalism, followed by self-destruction, no bonding, no social interaction, and just do their own thing. Finally, Universe 25 had officially collapsed. So, what's the conclusion? John Cahoon said, if you have only a available space taken up and all the social roles are filled, fishes are going to break up and lead to a complete extinction of the colony. So he was trying to prove how it's similar to humans are now living in an overpopulated and impersonal world. So not even getting destroyed by lack of resources and starvation, we're going to destroy ourselves first. So if you have all the all the natural resources available will make your life prosperous. No, not wrong. Like rats also live in things, either as human, we need our own role in our society, our job to do, school to attend. Like it's gonna stimulate our brain to stay active. So John took three main points from his experiment. The first one, mice is a simple creature, but it has to develop an ability for mating, childbearing, and territory defense. So they need to fulfill their own role in their society. If they fail to develop as human-like feet as basic needs, they won't have any productive role in society. Similar to us as humans, mice also grow and die. Like mice also grow and die like humans. The next one, individuals with no purpose in society are gonna lack relation to society. So maybe that's the reason why snowing people commit crime. Because if you don't even have a role in your community, do you even care what happens to you or something? You don't care. And the last one, humans and rats thrive on complex behavior. So concern for others is like an essential part of civilization. Without it, civilization could collapse. So I think that's all my explanation about John Food experiment called Universe 25. I hope the result of this experiment is going to change your perspective about stress, anxiety, and pressure that you're struggling right now in a more positive way. That's all for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Belum.
Good morning, Mr. City. Good morning. Right now, I want to tell you a little bit about life skills. To be more specific about teaching life skills in schools. Okay, so first, we need to know what is life skills. So according to the World Health Organization, and I know you must be wondering what is the World Health Organization has to do with life skills. They don't really seem connected because I'm wondering the same thing too because they seem to have a definition for almost everything. But anyway, according to the World Health Organization, life skills are a group of psychosocial, linguistic, and interpersonal skills that help people make informed decisions, solve problems, think critically and creatively, communicate effectively, build healthy relationships, empathize with others, and cope with and manage their lives in a healthy and responsible manner. So there is no definitive list, but some examples of life skills are time management, stress management, money management, communication, positive self-image, and etc. Okay, so who should teach life skills? So all encompassing skills like the ones that I've mentioned before cannot be left to be learned at home at the home setting alone. Especially since us spending most of our time in school anyways. Now imagine young people, imagine us, we will graduate school, imagine young people like us graduating from school with excellent scores, but they don't know the first thing about coping with reality. Like what if they couldn't communicate effectively, or what if they couldn't handle money issues and end up in debt? It's both alarming and all too common nowadays. That's why I personally think that schools should play a big and active part in teaching these skills and preparing the students for the future and preparing them for a real world situation. Now, where the school is concerned, that means that doing more than merely just teaching academic subjects like maybe math or biology or chemistry. While no one can downplay or minimize the importance of good academics, it's just not enough without the necessary skills, like the ones that I've mentioned. So, an education should involve learning life skills that a person will carry with them after school in order to be a well-rounded and successful person. But although schools are excellent in teaching many academic skills, many academic subjects, they don't teach many aspects necessary for us to succeed and thrive in life in general, such as, for example, financial responsibilities, and also how to retain information and not just merely memorizing those information temporarily. And then also how to apply those abilities that we have or that we've learned into real world scenarios which are bound to occur. And some of the skills are the most important skills that we will use in our lives with the highest stakes too. And now I'm going to explain some of the necessary life skills. So the first one is about money management. So the importance of handling money responsibly is obviously valuable. So even though I've got like money now, it doesn't really hurt us safety in our future lives. If we can be responsible about our money, or if we can manage our money well. I mean, we have math and economics classes in school, but they don't generally teach us students about financial literacy or financial planning. They don't really teach us how to effectively manage money. And even though it's a foremost and necessary thing for us, for students to understand the basic of money management, like banking, budgeting, and also saving, and that, and then investing, giving, and more. And this also includes about loans, about paying bills, about paying taxes, and about personal credits. I mean, many graduates, and I'm sure we as future graduates too, don't know much about those things. Like many graduates finish school without knowing how to manage credit cards or how to file taxes or how to balance checkbooks, even though they are really important in our lives and we will have to do it in the future. Now, according to a survey I found, 65% of adults have suffered from the struggle of filing taxes and had to spend a major amount of money for the most basic filing. So it is such a shame because if we learn about these things in school already at an earlier age, it will save us so much trouble in the future. And then there's also mortgage, there's also 401k, and there's also rates. They're all just so overwhelming because we don't know a thing about these things. By the way, if you don't know what a 401k is, it's like a retirement plan. I don't know if it's called that too or it has other names in the future, but it's like a retirement plan. So not knowing these things is so overwhelming, and that's a significant concern given that young people like us have to make long-reaching financial decisions soon, especially we're going to graduate soon. And so learning about money management and all these things will definitely help students to build strong money habits from early on and avoid many people of making the mistakes that might lead them to lifelong money struggles. So and the second one is still a little bit related to the first one about money. The second one is insurance. So I know some of you may be familiar with car insurance, and then there's also life or health insurance, and then homeowners insurance. So what's the deal with insurance? For something that's so important for someone's well-being, why is it that we don't learn these things in school? We don't learn these things from an early age. I mean, I personally don't know much about insurance. I don't know like what is it and what's the I don't know the concept of insurance and I'm still confused. All I know is that it's important and I have to have it in the future when I'm responsible for my own stuff. I mean, right now I have health insurance and maybe other insurance kind of like that, still paying the bills. So insurance is a financial safety net. It will help you and your loved ones recover from something bad, such as fire or theft, or maybe you got into a lawsuit or an accident, or maybe you got sick and had to stay in a hospital. So insurance are beneficial to everyone looking to protect their family, to protect themselves, to protect their family or their assets and their property, and then to protect themselves from financial loss and risk. So given the importance of insurance, we need to be taught and explained about what insurance is, how it's supposed to work, how it's regulated, and then also about insurance agents and insurance brokers and where we should go when we have problems with insurance policies and insurance agents. And the third one is about time management. So while assignments, tests, papers, exams, and so on are expected by educators or by teachers to be studied for and taken in a certain amount of time by students, teachers or educators don't really teach us students how to manage our time effectively and efficiently. Ironically, time management is the key and the glue that holds the rest together. So time efficiency is not only helpful in school, it is also increasingly valuable as we get older. And I think to be successful in life, all we need to do is manage our 24 hours effectively and efficiently. So learning about time management, learning about how to stay organized and in a task and also stay productive is something that virtually every human, no matter what age, will need. And then the fourth one is about stress management. So stress is becoming more and more common among students nowadays. A recent survey conducted by the Allstate Foundation found that over 62% of these say that anxiety keeps them from being the person that they want to be. The majority also feel stressed and pressure to take actions against the issues that plague the future generations. In addition to paying attention to those various societal issues around them, students like us also have our own personal responsibilities to manage, from schoolwork and then homework and also extracurricular activities to household chores, and between all those assignments and after school activities and many other responsibilities, it is easy for students, for us to feel stretched too thin and pulled in many directions, and these can commonly and will usually lead to stress. And when stress is not addressed, it can cause various health problems, both psychologically and physically, among other issues. It can also negatively impact school and work performance, and also personal relationships with friends, with families, with coworkers, with peers, and basically every relationship in their life. And it is found that students are more stressed than ever, facing peer pressure, facing parental pressure, and then also societal pressure to rise to the top. So without an outlet, students will never learn how to manage their stress and anxiety, thus setting our future up for failure. This is why I think it is so important to teach students, to teach us how to manage our stress. By teaching students stress management skills, students really will have the chance to be the future that we are aspiring to be. So why have today's students not been taught necessary coping mechanisms for stress? Then the last one is about communication skills. Learning how to communicate in both oral and written communication is vital. This is number one because it permeates every area and aspect of our life. It is essential and it is the key to success in school, in work, in life, basically. So conversing with coworkers, with boss, with your loved ones, with your friends, with your lovers, with your neighbors, with your acquaintances, with everyone, they all require certain social norms and boundaries, such as mutual respect or give and take. So whether it's face to face, by email, or by social media or telephone. Now, while everyone can communicate in the most basic sense, it takes real skill to be an effective communicator. By learning communication skills, students learn to express clearly and assertively while respecting other people's opinions. And what's more, we learn to listening skills and appropriate responses, including tolerance and open-mindedness. Teaching communication skills will help us young people to show empathy and distinguish between listening and hearing because they're different. Moreover, it will also help them avoid miscommunication, overreacting, and misinterpretation. So good communication skills can improve the way that we operate through life, smoothing our way in our relationship with other people. And this will also help us, help everyone build healthy relationships with family and friends. And not only that, but these skills will also help us form healthy connections in our workplace and society. So good communication skills will absolutely help people, especially us students, to form healthy relationships and connections with everyone. Then So there are other skills also, as I know there's some definitive list, but there are some others that I think is quite important in our life, such as self-defense, self-awareness, and about mental health, and then about empathy and personal growth, and also creative, critical, and logical thinking. Also, applying for jobs, like how you want to get a job, making a resume, making a proper letter, and also the interview process, and also about employment contracts. Then there's also about survival kit or basic first aid, which will be helpful in our lives. And then also about basic hygiene, because surprisingly, many people don't really seek to understand about basic hygiene. They lack basic hygiene. Then also effective decision making and some basic maintenance, maybe like how to repair a lamp or how to change a tire. And so this learning these life skills will be beneficial for us in our daily life. And if we learn it from a much younger age, it will save us so much trouble in the future. And that is all for me. Thank you very much. You guys were here.
Okay. Good morning, Mrs. Sudi. Good morning, everyone. Today I would like to talk about a certain topic, the use of misconception in our education. Okay, so as you all know, our education has changed over time, where students go to school to pursue knowledge. Nowadays, students don't need to go to school; they can just use their gadgets or to search online through website or videos for free. But there is a problem. The flaw that is, why is it difficult for students to pay attention or at least to understand facts? Okay, so in 2008, there was a professor named Dr. Derek Muller. He created his PhD thesis
called How to Use Film to Teach Science. The experiment was he called out students and told them to take a test. And after taking a test, they are told to watch a video related to the test. And after watching the video, the students are told to take the test again. And after the test, Muller asked the students about the video. The answer that they give are clear, concise, and understandable. So the average percentage of the mental effort that they put is roughly 5 out of 10. But uniquely, the result of the test was, let me draw the graphs. Before they watched the video, their average score was 6 out of 26. After watching the video, their average score was 6.3 out of 26. There are almost no difference in between before and after watching the video. Why is that? The problem was that the students thought that they already knew about what was being taught in the video. Since they thought that they already knew about the subject, they weren't giving their utmost attention. Another problem is that not that they don't know nothing about the subject, but they have already plenty of ideas. For example, like in physics, they thought that F was equal to M times B, or probably the energy was something like this, but it was also false, scientifically speaking. And this is what I call the misconception. And then Professor Muller thought that the key to break the misconception and the key to break their attention is to bring out the misconception in the beginning of the lesson. So by mentioning every possible misconception that the student can think of in the very beginning, the teacher can break any their attention, and so that they can pay attention in class. And so he thought about another experiment, which he would give the students at the same test, which they already averaged for 6 out of 26. And then they watch a video with the misconception, every possible misconception there can be. And after that, they are told to take the same test again. And before he showed the results, he asked about their opinion, and that all of them said that there are pretty confusing. They were so confused, and they said that the video was very hard to understand. They had to push themselves to understand what the video meant. And uniquely, the result before and after watching the video with misconception increased nearly double the score from 6 out of 26 to 11 out of 26. Okay, so we can conclude that Professor Muller's experiment was a success. He found the key to break their attention was to mentioning every misconception that the students can think of. Okay, so, sorry. My thought on this experiment is that I feel like his idea was brilliant, because I myself usually struggle with this. I felt like I understand during class. I felt that I understand what the teacher was saying, and I felt very confident pre-test before I'm taking the test. But during the test, I was so confused. I nearly failed my test because I cannot answer most of the questions. And then I realized that during class I had my ideas, and that because I did not pay attention well. So, in conclusion, misconception is great to use in any kind of teaching, because the point of using it is to break the egotistic idea that students or learners have and force them to draw the utmost attention to the subjects. Thank you very much, and that's all.
Thank you, done.
Good morning, Mr. Sudi. My name is Manuel, and today in this English practice, I'm going to be a news anchor and tell you about the new incident that went so viral around the world recently about the scientists stage worldwide climate change protest. So over 100 scientists from 25 different countries staged protests last week following the release of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change new report. The report warned that hiking and deep cuts to greenhouse gas emissions are necessary by 2025 to avoid catastrophic climate effects. The group called the Scientist Rebellion writes in a letter that current actions and plans are grossly inadequate, and even these obligations are not being met. Their protests highlight the urgency and injustice of the climate and ecological crisis. A statement from the organization that informed by the IPCC organization. So what is IPCC organizations or the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change? It's an intergovernmental body of the United Nations responsible for advancing knowledge on human-induced climate change. It was established by the World Meteorological Organization and United Nations Program, and later endorsed by the United Nations General Assembly and headquartered in Geneva, Switzerland. It is composed of 195 member states. So every year, the IPCC organizations publish data about the extent of the damage or climate change caused by humans. And coincidentally, in this year, 2022 is the worst. Yeah. So here's the data. So this is the picture that's summarized by the IPCC organization about the comparing risk from rising temperatures. So from this scheme, we can know if the temperatures increase and what will the impact we will get. For example, like this 1.5 Celsius, which is what we achieve a little more, we will lose the biodiversity loss maximum percentage of species at high risk of extinction across forest and land by up to 14%, which meaning they are already threatened with extinction. And 0.95 billion people will be affected by growth. The island population exposed to water stress, heat stress, until desertification. So, and the rest you can read it by yourself. And from this picture, we can know this climate change has become very widespread and the temperature increase has reached at 0.1 degrees Celsius globally in the whole world. So that's why the scientists are the first one who took an action and protest to the world, because they are the first one who knows that our world is not fine. So here's the video about protester from Scientists Rebellion goes to the side of the Spanish Parliament in the Republic on Wednesday. The act was a part of a number of direct actions organized in 25 different countries to influence world governments to take more aggressive actions against the climate crisis. Due to internet connection, so let's skip this video. So we, as people, so let's we people stop this global warming. We can do it from the little things like do not littering, the trash, save electricity, and planting plants, and reduce using a smoky vehicle. So let's make our world is better world today. So that's all. Thank you. Good morning, sir. Football. What is football? Football, also called association football or soccer, is a game involving two teams of 11 players who try to maneuver the ball into the other team's goal without using their hands or arms. The team that scores more goals wins. Football is the world's most popular ball game in number of participants and spectators. So, football is one of the oldest sports in the world, and with that, it's also one of the most recognized. The pinnacle of the international game comes in the form of the Football World Cup, and there are also tournaments such as the European Championships of America and the African Cup of Nations. The most point and the strongest leagues comes from England, English Premier League, Spain, La Liga, and Italy, Serie A. In parts of the world, the sport is also known as soccer. History. The Chinese competitive game choosing resembles modern association football. Description appear in a military manual date to the second and third century BC. It existed during the Han Dynasty and possibly the Qing Dynasty. In the second and third centuries BC, the Japanese version of judo is Kemari. And the Japanese imperial court in Kyoto from about 600 AD. In Kemari, several people stand in a circle and kick a ball to each other. Try not to let the ball drop to the ground, much like a the object of the game. The aim of football is to score more goals than your opponent in a multi-minute playing time frame. The match is split up into two halves of 45 minutes. After the first 45 minutes, player will take a 15-minute rest period called halftime. The second 45 minutes will resume and anytime deemed fit to be added by the referee, injury time will be accordingly. Players and equipment. Each team consists of 11 players. These are made up of 1 goalkeepers and 10 outfield players. The pitch dimensions vary from each broad but are roughly 120 yards long and 75 yards wide. On each pitch, you will have a 6-yard box next to the goal mouth, 18-yard box surrounding a 6-yard box, and center circle. Each half of the pitch must be a mirror image of the others in terms of dimensions. Winning the game. To win, you have to score more goals than that of your opponents. If the score are level after 90 minutes, then the game will end as a draw apart in cup games, where the teams can go to extra time and even a penalty shootout to decide the winner. Players must use their feet to kick the ball and prohibit to use their hands apart from goalkeepers who can use any part of their body within the 18-yard box. Football news. Cristiano Ronaldo successfully scored 3 goals in a match Manchester United versus Norwich City. Cristiano Ronaldo managed to get Manchester United back on track after winning this match against Norwich City. The match between Manchester United versus Norwich City has just finished on Saturday, April 16, 2022. Manchester United is in 5th place in the standings with 54 points, 3 points behind Tottenham Hotspur in 4th place. It's just defeated. Clean defeat. So
Thank you for listening.
Okay, hello, Mr. Sudi and everyone. Today, I'm going to tell about Formula One. My name is Jessica Sanjania. Okay, Formula One has a long and rich history, full of heritage, dramas, dangers, and of course, high-end technology. And do not forget, there are men with enormous legacies. Okay, F1 cars are the most technologically advanced and the fastest single-seater racing car. Perhaps F1 is also the most expensive sport in the world.
since to build the track cost around $270 million, and then comes the hosting fee as well as the annual running cost, which at around $18.5 million. And then to build one F1 cars, it costs around $700 million. It is completely expensive and insane, isn't it? Okay, moving on to the quick and short history of F1. F1 was started statistically on May 15, 1950, under the FIA, or Federation Internationale de Automobile. And then the founder of the FIA is Benny Ecclestone. FIA is responsible for organizing and promoting the F1 the F1 races. And then on originally F1 was made on between 1930, and then on 1950, Mr. Ecclestone took this sport that already existed and saw its potential before everyone gave it a thought. Okay, now I'm going to explain about the points regulation. Points are used in F1 to determine the outcome of both the drivers and the constructions of World Championships. In 2022, points are awarded to the 10 finishers. The first position will be awarded 25 points. Second will be awarded 18 points, and third 15 points, and 12, 10, 8, 6, 4, 2, and 1. So the remaining finishers of the 10 opposition. And then if this 10 drivers score the fastest lap, will be awarded additional 1 point. And then there is a new format point, and it is called F1 sprint. F1 sprint is a run over 100 kilometers, lasting around 25 to 30 minutes. It is designed to provide a short and fast-paced racing spectacle. And then currently, Lewis Hamilton holds the record for the most points scored by a driver with 4,193.5 points. Okay, now the Grand Prix. This year, the FIA have already announced that there are 23 races in this year, starting from March 20th, 2020 until November 20th, 2022. But due to the war between Russia and Ukraine, the race on Russia will be cancelled on Sochi Autodrome. And then I have prepared a video to explain more about Formula 1. Should I take it, sir?
Formula 1, or commonly known as F1, is the most popular auto racing sport in the world, and it's the highest number of seat cars. F1 is contested in varying number of races throughout the year, and each race is known as a Grand Prix. Drivers will drive a specially designed race car that is designed to go around the racetrack in as fast as possible. There are 3 rounds to any race. tests, most commonly held on a Friday. Practice is where drivers can test their cars on the racetrack. This is valuable to determine how the car will look, given the weather and environment, and also to get the driver to the track. To determine which position each driver starts the race, each driver will complete laps of the track on their own. The fastest driver will start the race on the grid in the first position, the second fastest in the second position, etc., until all the drivers are assigned a position to start the race. This is known as qualifying, and is usually held on a Saturday, the day before the actual race. The race. Once qualifying has determined the order where the driver starts, the actual race is usually held on a Sunday. Drivers will do one more and then line up in the position that they will start as determined by qualifying. Once all the lights goes out, the race begins. Drivers have to complete a predetermined number of laps for a total distance of 305 kilometers, or 260 for Monaco. The driver who crosses the line first after all the laps have been completed wins. Drivers get points for the position that they finish, and the driver with the most points after all the Grand Prix have been contested is crowned the world champion. It's honestly that simple, but there's a few other things you need to know before going to or watching a race. For example, track. Each Grand Prix track is totally different to another, and all of them are contested in a different country. This means that teams and drivers have to prepare and set up their cars for the environment. From the squadron to Abu Dhabi, to the cold and rainy Eden, to the humid night race in Singapore, and the world's most famous street race, Monaco. Drivers will usually memorize every turn for every track, so that they perform better when they actually race. Tires. Each team has access to different types of tires. The softer the tire, the more grip you have, but the tougher they will act. The harder the tire, the longer they last, but they have less grip. Depending on the weather and track conditions, determines which tires the team should use. Using the wrong tire at the wrong time could cost you the race, and sometimes worse. Pit stop. Cars are allowed to go back into their own team's garage or pit to change tires or refuel. This is known as a pit stop, and the teams are so fast in changing all tires and fuel that this can be done in around 3 seconds. A team is allowed as many pit stops as they like, but this adds time to your race and could cost you valuable positions. Penalty. Triple brake penalty may be issued against you depending on the severity of the road. This can be either imposed as time added to the total time to complete the race, known as drive-through penalty, stopping you starting positions on the grid to start the race, or more severe penalties such as penalising you for future races or excluding you from any further fees. Flags. During the race, marshals will use flags to indicate this to drivers. I'm not supposed to cover every single flag, but the most common are a green flag. This is used to stop or restart the race. Yellow flag. This is to tell the driver to slow down due to a hazard or accident. Red flag. This is an instruction for the drivers to either stop or return to the pit lane due to danger on the track. Blue flag. This is an instruction to let the car behind overtake you. Checkered flag. This is the famous flag that denotes the end of the race. Constructors Championship. Constructors, teams, are allowed to field 2 drivers in a race. The points for every team's drivers are added up, and the team with the most amount of points at the end of the season will win the Constructors Championship. I can talk more about engines, chassis, ERS, aerodynamic body parts, but these change almost every year. And the points I talked about are the most salient points for beginning to understand. If you found this video helpful, please be sure to like, share, and subscribe. It's a page explain what it is, and good car is better than it explains the rules of Formula 1. The objective of the race.
Okay, from the video we can conclude the race from F1 will be held from from Friday to Sunday, and it will be divided to three session. The first session will be a practice session, and then the second session is for qualifying, and then the last session is for the real race. And then now I have I've put some of the champions starting from the 2010 until 2031. So from 2010 until 2030, the champion is Sebastian Vettel from Germany, and then 2014 until 2015 is Lewis Hamilton from the UK, and then 2016 is Nico Rosberg from Germany, and then once more on 2017 and 2020 is Lewis Hamilton from the UK, and last year Max Verstappen is the champion. So that's all from me. Thank you. Good afternoon, all the dear listeners here today. Today, I want to give you a brief example of technology, a military technology that is an ICBM or an intercontinental ballistic missile. So, first of all, the definition of an intercontinental ballistic missile, or in short term, ICBM, is a missile with a minimum range of 5,500 kilometers or 3,400 miles, primarily designed for nuclear, conventional, chemical, and biological weapons delivery, with being able to deliver one or more thermonuclear warheads. And if you have this question, what makes an ICBM different than other ballistic missiles? Like other ballistic missiles, such as an intermediate range ballistic missiles, or medium range, a short range, or a tactical ballistic missile? Well, what makes ICBM different from all of those other missiles is that ICBMs have greater range and speed than any other ballistic missile. So, to continue our next session, first of all, let's see the history of ICBMs. In World War II, the first ever supposed ICBM is their V2 rocket. The first practical design for the ICBM grew out of Nazi Germany's V2 rocket program, with the liquid fuel V2 designed by Werner von Braun and his team was widely used by Nazi Germany from May 1944 until March 1945 to bomb British and Belgian cities, particularly Antwerp and London. And you can see in the small diagram of the V2 rocket, there is a more canister and also an outflow to mix and cause a propellant that will launch the warhead that is on the top, with an automatic guidance system to be able to guide it all the way to the destination target. And also, public ICBMs had limited precision, which made them suitable for use only against the larger targets, such as cities. They were seen as a safe basing option, one that would keep the deterrent force close to home where it would be difficult to attack. Now, that's the history in World War II. But there's also a history of ICBM in the Cold War. After World War II, the Americans and the Soviets started rocket research programs based on the V2 and other German wartime designs. Each branch of the US military started its own program, leading to considerable duplication of effort. In the Soviet Union, research was centrally organized, although there were several teams working on the different designs, which leads to the first ever proper ICBM, the R7 Semyonovka. Now, in the Soviet Union, early development was focused on missiles that was able to attack European targets. That changed in 1953 when Sergei Kolyov was directed to start the development of a true ICBM able to deliver the newly developed hydrogen bomb, which is way more powerful than a standard bomb. Now, it was the same R7, this rocket. This missile was the launch vehicle that placed the first ever artificial satellite in space, which was Sputnik on 4th of October 1957. So they used a missile, an ICBM, to launch a payload all the way to space to deliver a satellite. Now, for modern ICBMs, they are way more complex. Modern ICBMs are often called multiple independently targetable re-entry vehicles, or in short, MIRVs. The reason being a single ICBM can carry multiple warheads, allowing a single missile to hit multiple targets. This picture can see it's a standard ICBM, and this is a more modern ICBM with multiple payloads that can reach multiple targets. And here's a short video discussing about the multiple platforms to launch ICBMs. Now, the first video is a launch of ICBM by an American submarine. Now, that's all for platforms from the sea, which is being delivered and launched by a submarine. And this is another video to show you the way to launch ICBMs through land vehicles or through missile silos. And you can see the vehicle that is carrying the payload about to launch an ICBM. Now for this next one, they are preparing to launch an ICBM stored in a missile site, which requires a lot of maintenance, and also it's more stationary than mobile station ICBM launcher. And see, this is the missile site. Now, I will explain you the phases of how this ICBM is launched. Now, the first phase, which is the boost phase, which lasts from 3 to 5 minutes, it is shorter for a solid fuel rocket than the liquid propellant rocket, depending on the trajectory chosen. And the typical burnout is about 4 kilometers per second, up to 7.8 kilometers per second. And now the second phase is the mid-course phase, which is approximately 25 minutes, sub-orbital space flight with a flight path being apart from the ellipse with a vertical major axis. And now, the other phase, the last phase, is the re-entry or terminal phase, is entering the atmosphere again, which is about 2 minutes of impact. It is at a speed of 7 kilometers per second. And this is an example of modern ICBM, which is targeting multiple targets at the same time. That is all. Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, dear faculty and all who are watching us from YouTube Live and Nelson, please come here in the same room with me. Today I'm going to present the newest curriculum of the Indonesian Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology. That is the Merdeka curriculum. And so I believe a lot of us during this COVID pandemic experienced a lot of struggles. Some might include minor struggles such as requiring a lot of mobile data for online learning, or perhaps experiencing a lot of lagging due to connection issues. Those are examples of minor problems. However, I believe there are some major challenges that students commonly face and are related to the curriculum risk that is the 2013 curriculum. So the first problem, or the first learning trouble that students often find, including myself, is that there are too many subjects. I believe we have around 15 subjects, including Korean, Japanese, Bahasa Indonesia, English, Indonesian history, civics, and not to mention also our own major, that is our science stream, and subjects including physics, chemistry, biology, and scientific mathematics. So there are a lot of subjects that needs to be covered every semester. So from the first semester to the sixth semester, we are covering 15 subjects per semester, and that's a lot for students. The second problem, or the second trouble that I think students often face is that there are too much unnecessary details. So for example, I bring here my own book. I bring two books. This is my mathematics book, and I also have my physics book, and they are all the same depth. I mean, I believe they contain almost the same pages. And this one is my common education subject that both science stream and social science stream must take. And this one is the one for my major, that is my science subject. And both of them have more or less the same depth, the same details. And it will also be overwhelming for students, especially because we are concerned, or we are pushed to study more and more our own stream, our own science stream, but we are given also another subject that is not of our own stream, that is as heavy or as detailed as our major subjects. Third problem is that the past curriculum, or the 2013 curriculum, is too rigid, and this problem, that is rigidity, is for both the students and also the teachers. For the teachers, I think the basic competence is too detailed, and so they cannot be more flexible in choosing which topic or which point they want to dive into more. And for students, it's too rigid because we are given a fixed list of subjects that we cannot choose. So for example, if you choose science stream, well, we must take all physics, chemistry, biology, and also scientific mathematics, which I think is not very efficient because not everyone who likes physics like biology or like chemistry. The fourth problem is the unclear teaching model. So what is famous with the 2013 curriculum is that the teachers are supposed to be a facilitator in the classroom and not as the main source of materials. But oftentimes there are confusions whether or not teachers should be the main source of information in the classroom or only a facilitator. I think this is not very much explained in the past curriculum. The fifth problem is that there are inadequate facilities, and this problem might occur in one school and not in another school. But this shows that the past curriculum fails to accommodate the difference in advancement of facility in different types of school. And the sixth problem is COVID-19, because during the COVID-19, there are a lot of evaluations being done by the government, especially by the Ministry of Education, and that shows that the past curriculum, the 2013 curriculum, is not as effective even as the shortened 2013 curriculum. And so these are six learning struggles that we experience, and this caused the Minister of Education Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology, Mr. Nadiem Anwar Makarim, to finally launch a new curriculum that is the Merdeka curriculum. And I will show a video which is about 3 minutes long, and perhaps I will give a bit of my commentary.
Sahabat Kompas.com, Menteri Pendidikan, Kebudayaan, Riset, dan Teknologi Nadiem Makarim meluncurkan kurikulum Merdeka pada Jumat 11 Februari 2020.
Yeah, this new curriculum was launched on Friday, 11 February 2022.
Perubahan kurikulum yang termuat dalam Merdeka Belajar edisi 15 adalah kurikulum Merdeka dan platform Merdeka Mengajar ini merupakan struktur kurikulum Merdeka yang lebih fleksibel, fokus pada materi yang lebih penting. Untuk guru juga diberikan keleluasaan menggunakan berbagai perangkat ajar sesuai kebutuhan dan karakter peserta didik. Terdapat aplikasi khusus yang menyediakan berbagai referensi bagi guru untuk mengembangkan praktik mengajar secara mandiri dan berbagi praktik baik. Sebagai contoh, pada jenjang sekolah SMA, tidak akan ada lagi jurusan atau peminatan seperti IPA, IPS, atau bahasa. Lebih dari itu, siswa dapat dengan bebas memilih mata pelajaran yang diminatinya pada 2 tahun terakhir SMA. Untuk pemulihan pembelajaran sekolah, diberikan kebebasan menentukan kurikulum yang akan dipilih, yakni pilihan pertama, kurikulum 2013 secara umum. Pilihan kedua, kurikulum darurat, yaitu kurikulum 2013 yang disederhanakan. Pilihan ketiga, kurikulum merdeka. Keunggulan kurikulum merdeka di antaranya lebih sederhana dan mendalam. Kurikulum merdeka lebih fokus pada materi penting dan pengembangan kompetensi peserta didik pada fasenya. Hal ini menjadikan belajar lebih mendalam, bermakna, dan menyenangkan. Kedua, lebih merdeka. Peserta didik, guru maupun sekolah diberikan kemerdekaan dalam kurikulum merdeka ini, yakni peserta didik dapat memilih mata pelajaran sesuai dengan minat, bakat, dan aspirasinya. Guru mengajar sesuai dengan tahap capaian dan perkembangan peserta didik. Sekolah memiliki kewenangan untuk mengembangkan dan mengelola kurikulum dan pembelajaran sesuai dengan karakteristik satuan pendidikan dan peserta didik. 3. Lebih relevan dan interaktif. Kesempatan lebih luas diberikan kepada peserta didik untuk secara aktif mengeksplorasi isu-isu aktual untuk mendukung pengembangan karakter dan kompetensi profil pelajar Pancasila. Dukungan untuk guru, kepala sekolah, dan dinas pendidikan berupa penyediaan perangkat ajar, buku tes, dan bahan ajar pendukung, pelatihan dan penyediaan sumber belajar guru, kepala sekolah, dan pemerintah daerah, jaminan jam mengajar, dan tunjangan profesi guru. Sementara itu, terdapat 3 pilihan yang dapat diputuskan sekolah tentang implementasi kurikulum merdeka tahun ajar 2022-2022. Pertama, menerapkan beberapa bagian dari prinsip kurikulum merdeka tanpa mengganti satuan pendidikan yang sedang diterapkan. Kedua, menerapkan kurikulum merdeka menggunakan perangkat ajar yang sudah disediakan. Ketiga, menerapkan kurikulum merdeka dengan mengembangkan sendiri berbagai perangkat ajar.
That's the end of the video. So, as mentioned in the previous video, solution to the learning problems to the problems that I've mentioned in the second slide is the Merdeka curriculum. So, I will give a brief explanation on the Merdeka curriculum, maybe translating the information given in the previous video. So, the changes include more flexibility, both for the students to choose their own subjects and for the teachers. And the new curriculum focus on more important topics, and there are flexibility for teachers on adopting new learning tools, and there will be an application, a mobile app that provides teachers teaching reference, which is self-paced. So yeah, the solution in Merdeka curriculum includes no major So students will have a common year in their they call it the phase E, which is basically what we call as the 10th grade currently. It is simpler but more thorough. So the basic competence that is given by the Ministry of Education would be simpler. There will be less enumeration on which topics that teachers must focus on. It will be more general, so teachers could explicate themselves which one to choose. It is also more project based, so and the fourth point is more freedom, as I mentioned earlier, for the teachers and also for the students. So these are four main points that are new. The first one is Pancasila. So if as we have known, the previous curriculum or the 2013 curriculum had these subjects called civics, basically studying things relating to Pancasila and also our government and things relating to our government. But now Mr. Nadiem Makarim is trying to enforce studying more focused on Pancasila and not only things relating to government. We also have what we call as phase E and F. So phase E is basically the first year of senior high school, but phase F is the second and the third year of our senior high school. So in phase F, students will have the freedom to choose which subjects they want to dive in. So for example, if I want to study physics, then I could choose physics, and that doesn't mean I should choose also biology, chemistry, and mathematics. I can choose physics and at the same time study economics and also geography. So students are given the flexibility to choose which subjects they prefer. The first point is learning modules. So previously in the 2013 curriculum, the government supplies textbooks, but now they also supply learning modules, whether they're text modules or as we see in the video modules related to projects. The government will also supply those modules. And four is the existence of application for teachers, so that teachers could learn for themselves, which is self-paced as well. So when they have time and they want to improve themselves in their study method, they can use this application. Now, for the implementation of the new curriculum, it was tested on 2,500 schools. I believe it is still ongoing, the process. And also, what is important is in this curriculum, as Mr. Ali Makarim always emphasizes, that teachers are very important. And so in the implementation, teachers will act as evaluators. So teachers in these 1,500 schools will act and give feedbacks to the Ministry of Education on the implementation of the newest curriculum. And schools are not yet forced to adopt this new curriculum. Schools may choose to use either the 2013 curriculum or the simplified 2013 curriculum or the newest Merdeka curriculum. So that's it from me. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Mr. Shudi. And on today's opportunity, I would like to share my topic about politics. The 2022 Indonesian student protests, or also known as the 11th April demonstrations. The 2022 Indonesian student protests were a series of protests led mostly by students throughout Indonesia. The protests were conducted mostly by universities and colleges students in major cities across the country, and mostly organized by the All Indonesia Students Executive Alliance, or also known as BEM-SI. The background. The students were triggered by the rumors regarding the delay of the 2024 election and rumors regarding President Jokowi seeking third term. And they also pay attention to the rising price of groceries and cooking oil, and also the rising fuel price. Although President Joko Widodo has denied his support of third period of terms of office on 15 March, the students that were involved on the protest rejected Jokowi's denials. Jokowi also denied rumors about potential election delay and stated that the election will be held on 14 February 2024. Despite his statements, the students stated that they will still help the protest regardless and did not believe in Jokowi's statements of denying these rumors. Demands. The All Indonesian Students Executive Alliance, or the SI, revealed 4 new demands of the 11th April protests. The first one, urging and demanding the people's representatives to hear and submit people's aspirations, not the political parties' aspirations. Urging and demanding the people's representatives to pick up people's aspirations, as when mass protests done at various regions from 28 March 2022 to 11 April 2022. Urging and demanding the people's representatives do not betray the state constitution that making amendments, be firm against 2024 election delays or 3 periods of terms of office. And the last one, urging and demanding the people's representatives to submit the view of the previous 80 demands by citizens to the president, of which until today are still unanswered. The protest. There are some controversies on the original demands of the 11th April protest. The protest originally demanded for the resignation of the incumbent President Joko Widodo. But Adrian Napitupulu, a politician from the Indonesian Democratic Party of Struggle, stated that the posters featuring such demands were hoaxes. And Ismail Fakmi, the founder of Ground and Print and Media Finance Indonesia, alleges that the hashtags demanding of Jokowi's resignation, such as hashtag Turun Jokowi, hashtag Dispose Jokowi, and hashtag Goodbye Jokowi, were made by certain groups to benefit from the protests. And also, the SI, the organizer of the protest, also stated that they have not demanded Jokowi to resign at all. The protest. The student protests were held on several cities throughout Indonesia. In Jakarta, the protests were originally used to be held in the original Hidayah Horse Statue area at the National Monument. But BMSI moved the protests to the Empire building because the protesters did not want to be criminalized. One day before the protests held, symbolic protests were held at the original Hidayah Horse Statue by the Indonesian Student Alliance, or also known as IME. The students involved in the protest are from 18 campuses. The protesters are also putting banners in front of Empire building containing texts such as OnlyFans case handled custody but cooking all mafias are handled slowly, in reference to the pornography case involving their OnlyFans. And also, Adi Armando attended the protest to make content on Channel TV, a pro-government YouTube channel connected to Indonesian Solidarity Party. But later he was injured on the protest. Reactions. As of 11 April 2022, local police forces have arrested dozens of students at the Bogor railway station and Barang Siang terminal who were allegedly attending the protest. There are from senior high schools and professional schools outside Bogor. including those from Sukabumi, West Java, and also the police have also stated that they have found the identity of the group of people that assault Adrian. The Provincial Education Office of Jakarta requested teachers to not allow school students participate in the protest. Although the side is involved in the protest, the Public Relations Bureau, head of Student Executive Body of the University of Indonesia, NAFIO, stated on the 10th April that his organization did not participate in the protest, but was instead organizing the proposed Congress and National Mass Protest on 21 April. Following the widespread protests, Joko Widodo again repeated his statement that he rejects any delay on 2024 elections and did not seek to extend his term. Political parties that previously supported the North also put their support for election delay following the protests. That's all. Thank you for listening.
Good afternoon, this is Agni and friends. Now I am to present you about the new curriculum in Indonesia, Merdeka Curriculum. Merdeka Curriculum is launched by Nadiem Makarim, who is the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Indonesia. This curriculum provides flexibility for teachers to define the material and use teaching tools according to the student needs. Because the Merdeka word itself, it means independent in Indonesia, which is with the meaning is freedom. So it gives freedom and flexibility. And Nabil said that the schools can choose to develop a curriculum according to the characteristic of the school. So there are three options for schools in Indonesia. The first option is schools are allowed to continue using the 2013 curriculum if they do not feel comfortable making changes. The second option is schools that want to make a transformation but are not ready for big changes. They are allowed to choose the developed curriculum. The developed curriculum is curriculum that's still using the 2013 curriculum, but the material is much more concise and simpler. So the last option that the school has, which is the schools that want and are ready for change, are allowed to use the Merdeka curriculum. So what is special about the Merdeka curriculum? The specialty of the Merdeka curriculum is the implementation of teaching and learning activities in school will be much more flexible with a focus only on the essential materials. And there will be no majoring in science or majoring in social. High school students can now choose subject according to their interest. They can choose some subject from the science major or some subjects from the social major. And the level of autonomy, the level of independence for school and with this method, students are required to be more active during learning and teaching activities. So this Merdeka curriculum is meant to be implemented in around 2022 or 2023, with the hope that this curriculum can help this education in Indonesia to catch up with the lack of education during the COVID-19 pandemic. And that's all for me. Thank you for listening. Good morning, Mr. Sudi. Good morning, everyone. Today I'm going to present the romanticizing study. If I mention about the word study, you probably think about the word boring, or most people would think about studying as reading heavy books full of words to pass exams. Getting bored while studying and not finding any purpose to study is actually a common problem for students in school or college. If people keep getting bored instead of using the will to study, then they might not have a bright future in education. To solve this problem, I'd like to recommend you to start your study session out. What I meant by saying your study session out is you can romanticize studying to the way you wish. What is romanticizing studying? Romanticize means to think about or describe something as being better or more attractive or interesting than it is. So according to the definition, I can say romanticizing studying is to make something better and more attractive than it really is by creating a productive environment. You may wonder about how I'm going to study better than romanticizing studying. Actually, they help us not to do. In romanticizing studying, there are really no certain steps that you must follow, and you can do any tips that you want. Romanticizing studying is very flexible. You can do 3 tips today and 2 tips tomorrow. It's really up to you. Not to mention that romanticizing studying only helps in your helps you to study, but it also makes you feel like the main character of your own movie, and you can up your ability for study. So here are the tips on how you can romanticize study. The first one is you can make a comfortable study space. In comfortable study space, you can try putting painted pictures for pictures on the wall, just lighting for more cozy vibe. And some guidelines as mentioned, or you need to conduct for the posters services for more comfortable viewing. Personally, I recommend to decide a certain aesthetic for your study space first and be consistent. For example, if you want your study space to be warm, you can put up a study brown color piece, bring the light down a little bit, and have a warm scented candle like a vanilla scented candle. The second one is set the setting the mood can be done by putting on some music or playlist that is suitable for your taste and the mood you're trying to create. Apps like Spotify and YouTube can provide many playlists and music that you might like. Or you can make your own study playlist on Spotify. Or in the case of YouTube, you can also make a playlist on YouTube that you can play. But there are also many study playlists on YouTube that belongs to other person and you can listen to something. Personally, I have many playlists on Spotify and I often listen to them on my study. The right songs and playlists can make you more productive in something. But this is optional because some people can't focus on studying if there are music. The third thing is to emulate your favorite academic and crime character. Having a favorite character that you can look up to as a source of academic inspiration actually helps you to be more productive. The example of the character is Hermione Granger from Harry Potter. And to romanticize your academic life, you can put yourself in their shoes, in the shoes of your favorite academic inclined character, and act like the benefit of the day or just throughout your studies session. The next one is you can invest in nice school sequence. There's something about studying weather, non-language, cultural cultures, frozen humors, and gel pens and smudge proof highlighters in a variety of colors that make you excited to do schoolwork. Taking notes, planning out your day, and running through study sessions seem like less of chore when you have nice and aesthetically appealing school space. Think about it. Think about it. The main character takes notes on a wrinkled, loose paper and with a chip of pencil, probably not. So you can learn and test in your school's one as you want to popularize the science study. The next one is you can make a vision board for an aesthetic. Vision boards are also known as mood boards are used to get inspiration for all aspects of your day. You can use Pinterest to create and show your own vision board ideas. Another way to learn as your study work is by emulating a specific academic aesthetic. If you don't know where to start, check out on Pinterest some of the popular aesthetics such as academia. And once you've chosen your aesthetic, use websites such as Pinterest or Tumblr to create your own board with personally picked images so that you're inspired to cultivate your image in line with your chosen aesthetic. Whenever you're feeling overwhelmed by school, simply add to or look at your vision board. This will clear your mind and it motivate you to study. The next one is you can study at two conferences. This tip is really optional, but you can make your study sessions a time to look forward to by choosing a cozy corner at your favorite local shop with a steaming mug of coffee or tea in hand. While you're reviewing your lecture notes or revising your exams. When the learning system approaches the topic will be more romantic as you work under the soft-warm rule of overhead lines, looking out at the robots racing down the window on the wet streets with dark clouds above you. The ambience of those colors adds charm to the act of studying. It can lighten up your study. And the last one is having mindset. Though by definition, mindset means to alter something and make it seem better than it actually is. When it comes to mindset, you need to actually to want to do it. You can do some things to help your mindset. For example, think of studying as preparation of a funding. What is the game? The exam. How can you win? By studying. Or you can reward yourself after you study. So you can stay motivated. For example, you can watch some of your favorite videos on YouTube after you complete your essay. Those are the tips that you can go for to romanticize your studies so that you can not be bored at study. That's all for me. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Friend. So today, I'm gonna present about the table tennis. Table tennis, also known as ping pong, is a sport in which two or four players hit a lightweight baseball bat and ball across the table with small air pressures. The games take place on a half table divided by a net. A point is on when the player fails to return the balls within the rules. Play is fast and match with pressure. So the history of tennis. The game of tennis was first popularized by the British in the 1880s or 19th century. 19th century. This table tennis game is used as an alternative to indoor games in London. The game originates from the ancient civil game in the Middle Age. At that time, table tennis was known by names such as Uprak and Uprak. Table tennis was developed by the British Armed Force based in India. In the 19th century, the game of table tennis became increasingly popular in England and Europe in general than the United States. At that time, his name was Cosima Ortino. The role is lightweight drummer and is covered with metal player. There are two gameplays in the table tennis. They are single game and double game. In the single game, it's the ball spot one. The service gets player every time it reaches a multiple of two. The service holder is free to place the ball from all corners of the court. One set game ends where the player reaches a score of 11, and a win is achieved to get reach 3 or 4 times to winning side. If there is a use, the game ends. If the difference is in for example, 5 and 15 and 18 and 16. In the other game, is the ball of one. The service every point is equal of 2. Then take a turn receiving the ball from opponent. The service holder can place the ball into the room. Once again, when the player hits a score of 11 and wins the shift, you get 3 or 4 times same like single game. So there are 3 equipment unit in table tennis. There are table tennis, tennis with length 274 centimeters, wide 100, 5 feet to 152.5 centimeter, height 76 centimeter, neck height 5 feet 0.25 centimeter, and overhead 5 feet 0.25 centimeter. The second element is tennis ball. Like table tennis ball. Tennis ball with a mass 2.7 grams and diameter 40 centimeters. And the second is racket or also known as that. The leg in the racket requires 50% natural goods. And we see the outside the shape of the size of the bed is 17 centimeter. 17 centimeter. This is the room in the regular tennis. The ping pong game is played up to 11 points. In general, the best score will be taken from 3 of your 5 best match. If the points are tied on used with a point value of 10 and 10, then players are required to start immediately. If the ball has been thrown and hit, but is still out the hit and miss, then the point will belong to the opponent. If the ball bounces twice or more in the opponent area and bounce sideways and even touch the X line, then the point will belong to the player. The service ball must bounce off the right side of the opponent area, especially for double category match. Teams must switch place after making 2 service drops. If during random point, player lasts as long time as the player hit the ball. The ball hits the net or the net, then the throw will be considered failure. During a double category match, both players must hit the ball alternately. The ping pong ball must be hit as it bounces off the table. If one of the table hits the ball before it goes, then the point goes to the other side. During a rally point or when serving the ball, the ball bounces over the net and hits the opponent area, and the opponent does not counter. Okay, it will be an additional point for the player. Parts of the body that may be hit by the ball in the table tennis are the areas under the wrist and fingers. If the ball hits the hand or pedal, then the point will still be considered failure. Table tennis player must not touch the ball level, except the hand, meaning under the wrist area. That is to carry the ball. Even if the ball bounces sideways and hit the top edge of the handle, and on the handle, the point will still be considered failure. Is there, if the referee is not ruling in the match and the player does not agree with the result of the match, the honor system can be applied until all players agree with the outcome. That's all I presented about table tennis. Thank you.
Kasih sekarang pakai ini ya. Oke. Silakan berdiri pada kamu ya. Oke. Siap. Oke. Anak siapnya. Akhirnya udah mulai. Kita mulai nanti kamunya jangan balapan ya. Oke. Siap. Oh, masih bentar. Siap ya. 3, 2, 1.
Good afternoon, University. Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm going to show you my presentation about my topics, which is sports, winter sports around the world. So I'm going to explain three things. First one is definition of winter sports. Second one is variations of winter sports. And three is some of the of winter sports. So first, what is a winter sport? Winter sports or winter activities are active sports or non-competitive recreational activities which are played on snow or ice. So traditionally, such games were only played in cold periods during winter, where artificial snow and artificial ice allow more flexibility. Artificial ice can be used to provide ice rinks for ice skating, ice hockey, indoor room wall, etc. The sport of ice skating uses a frozen circular track of ice, but in some facilities, the track is combined in an enclosed area used for sports requiring an ice rink or the rink itself is used. Second one is winter sports variation. For individual sports category, there are figure skating. Figure skating is a sport in which individuals, pairs, or groups perform on figure skates on ice. It was the first winter sport to be included in the Olympic Games when contested at the 1908 Olympics in London. And the Olympics disciplines are men's singles, women's singles, pair skating, and ice tennis. The four individual disciplines are also combined in the teams event, first included in the Winter Olympics in 1990, and the non-Olympic disciplines include synchronized skating, there are ice, and floor skating. From intermediate to senior levels competition, skiers generally perform two programs, with short program against free skate, which, depending on the discipline, may include spins, jumps, moves in the field, lifts, desk spirals, and other elements. Second one is snowboarding. Snowboarding is a recreational and athletic activity that involves descending a snow-covered slope. While standing on a snowboard, that is almost always attached to a rider's feet. It features in the Winter Olympic Games and Winter Paralympic Games. The development of snowboarding was inspired by swimming, surfing, and skiing. It was developed in the United States in the 1960s, became a Winter Olympic sport at Nagano in 1998, and featured in the Winter Paralympics at Sochi in 2014. As of 2015, its popularity in the United States peaked in 2011 and has been in decline. Third one is ski jumping. Ski jumping is a winter sport in which competitors aim to achieve effortless jump after starting down under skis from a specifically designed curved ramp. Along with jump length, competitors' aerial style, and other factors also affect the final score. Ski jumping was first contested in Norway in the late 19th century and later spread through Europe and North America in the early 20th country, along with country skiing. It constitutes the traditional group of Nordic skiing. For team sports category, there are ice hockey, is a contact inter team sport played on ice skates, usually on an ice skate rink with lines and markings specific to the sport. In ice hockey, two alternatives use ice hockey stick control, advance and shoot supposed organized cover this column up into the other team's goal. Each goal is worth 1 point. The team which scores the most goals is declared the winner. In a formal game, each team has 6 players on the ice at the time during any contest, one of whom is the goaltender. So the one is a rumble. Rumble is a both recreational and organized team sport played on the ice and is played either indoors or outdoors, depending on climate and location. It is most popularly played in Canada and the United States. Unlike most winter team sports played on ice, organized rumble does use athletes and player footwear consists of shoes created specifically for the ball, which are restricted from players' selection on the ice. Though the sport can be played outdoors on the snow, organized rumble is primarily played on an ice hockey rink. Rumble is a sport. Third one is some of the famous athletes of winter sports. First one is Yuzuru. Yuzuru is a Japanese figure skater. He is a two-time Olympic champion, two-time world champion, four-time Red Prix world champion, 2010 world junior champion, and he has also medaled at with other world champions, taking bronze in 2012 and 2021 and silver in 2015, 2019, and 2019. Making him the only male single skater to win 7 world championships medal in a full sport. And the second one is Dustin Tutan. He's a Canadian snowboarder. He is the reigning Olympic gold medalist in men's big air snowboarding from its debut at the 2018 Winter Olympics. Tutan was twice the gold medal winner in slopestyle at the X Games in 2011 and 2018. He has won an additional 2 silver medals plus a bronze in slopestyle and big air events at the X Games, winning his total medals in competitions too. And the last one is Rupi Yotanen. Was a Finnish ski jumper who competed from 1981 to 1991, widely considered to be the greatest male ski jumper of all time. He won 5 Winter Olympics medals, 9 World Championships medals, and 102 Finnish medals. Most notably, he won 3 gold medals at the 1988 Winter Olympics, becoming the most medal athlete. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Sasuke. Good afternoon, friends. Today I will talk about social networking and students are more connected than ever before through social media, especially during this difficult time when they are physically distant from their family, friends, and peers. Both social media provides many benefits such as giving students the chance to express themselves creatively, learning opportunities, and the chance to connect with others. Social media can also have negative impact on students, both physically and mentally. It is easy to become addicted, and research shows that students who spend too much time on social media can suffer from poor sleep, high fatigue, negative body image, depression, anxiety, and cyberbullying, and more. Next, the positive impact of social media on students. First, connect with peers. Having a social network, especially during these social distancing times, is incredibly important and has been shown to have a positive effect. Uh, Positive effect on mental health and well-being. It allows students to connect with like-minded peers, breaking limitations of distance and time. And this can be particularly valuable for minority young and who may actually pursue finding others like yourself. And the second one, learning opportunities. In addition to the benefit of classroom, learning social media provides tools such like Europe. Social media helps students access mental health and well-being information, which can be hard to outline without stigma. Next, the negative impact of social media on students. First, causes distractions. Social media platforms are a significant factor that is contributing to distress and unstable of mind. These days, students tend to lose their concentration from studying and instead enjoy browsing on social media. All of this conveys to wastage of time without getting anything from it. And students are often incapable of submitting their work in the specific time frame because they are more concentrated on acting social media platforms. The second one, reduces learning and research stability. With the extensive use of social media, students these days are very known on such platforms to get information and knowledge instead of looking out for research in books, journals, or maps. Because it is straightforward to explain data online, students' reading habits and their learning and research skills are very missing. And the last one, impact on health. Adoption of social media like with slight carelessness can have mental and also physical effects on one's health. Students don't take their meals on time, don't take proper rest, and continuously think on a point or other. Can also have adverse effects on their eyes. Such actions might students slow and unambitiously to study or even go out and visit. It is acceptable for parents and also schools to keep an eye on what their children are doing when using the internet. Too much use of social media can have adverse effects on students' mind, and they might also be exposed to the posture, strain, and psycho and mental stress. That's all from me. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Sudi. Today I want to introduce you about water polo. So, what is water polo? Water polo is a competitive team sport played water between two teams of 7 players each. The game consists of 4 quarters in which the 2 teams attempt to score goals by throwing the ball into the opposing team goal. The team with the most goals at the end of the match wins the match. So basically, water polo is similar to football. The difference is football use your feet and play on the field, while water polo play with your hand and play on the pool. Rules of water polo. Number one, there's no intentional contact with any other player alone. So you can touch your friends or your enemies. You're not allowed. Number two, players aren't permitted to touch the ball with 2 hands. So you can only touch with 1 hand only. Number three, there are only 2 calls allowed during a game. More than this, and the referee will eject you. So during the game, you can only allow 2 calls only. If more than that, referee will eject you. Number four, there's no hitting another player arm while passing or holding the ball. You guys try not to get hitting another player's arm. Number five, no players may push off from a defense player. This will result in the referee implying a ball on that player. You can push off from a defense player. If you do that, you get false. Number six, there's no touching the bottom or sides of the swimming pool. If you do that, you get false. Okay. I'm sorry. How many players are on water polo team? In senior water polo and most junior games, water polo teams consist of 13 players. Each team is allowed to have 7 in the water at one time, 6 active players and 1 goal. Except for the goalkeeper, players move continuously around the pool during a game. Most teams structure their outfield player is 1 center back, 1 center forward, 2 drivers, and 2 wingers. So how long does a water polo match last? Under FINA rules, a water polo match is divided into 4 quarters of 8 minutes. However, because the clock is longer when the ball is not played, the average quarter lasts around 12 minutes. Each team is only allowed to hold on to the ball for a maximum of 30 seconds before shooting for the ball. If they haven't done this, then possession pass to the other team. Water polo players can be excluded from the game if they are guilty of committing minor fault. So you get expulsed if you holding onto the sides, kicking an opponent, pushing or pushing off from an opponent, striking the ball with the fist, except volleys, holding an opponent hand underwater, holding the ball underwater during attack. So that's all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. City and friends. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Claudia Jordan-Asanita, a student from class 12 social. Would like to share my views today about critical thinking in education. I'm Claudia, and I'm looking forward to talking with you today about the importance of the critical thinking curriculum in the formal education process before entering college. And before I start, have you ever heard that 45% of college students lack critical thinking skills?
Yes.
Albert Einstein said that education is not learning of facts, but the training of the mind to think. That's why children must be taught how to think, not what to think. So I'd like to take this opportunity to talk about how important it is to teach critical thinking in formal education. Today, I will be covering these 7 key points. And the first point, what does critical thinking mean? Critical thinking has long since been a buzzword in education. Critical thinking is useful for any person because of providing possibilities to analyze situations and facts appropriately and find effective solutions to problems. Thus, it is necessary and useful for students to add critical thinking to the curriculum in elementary school. And critical thinking occurs when students are analyzing, evaluating, interpreting, and synthesizing information and applying creative thought to form an argument, solve a problem, or reach a conclusion. And in the next section, I'll show you why are critical thinking important for students. The first is to enhancing creativity and curiosity. In the process, they form their own informed ideas, mostly out-of-the-box ones, that in turn improves their creativity. And what is creativity? Creativity is a skill that all critical thinkers will deal with in their professional and personal life. In the process of finding answer in a logical and rational manner, they will usually be able to get their creative juices flowing. And the second, promoting self-assertion and self-reflection. These skills help students figure out how to make sense of the world based on personal observation and understanding. It makes learners self-assertive and confident as they know that the outcome is the result of a thought process that yields results. Students also gain confidence and the ability to learn from mistakes, both of which are crucial in their personal and professional lives. And the third, boosting career prospects. An employee with strong critical thinking skills will be failing in a fast-changing workplace. The fourth, nurturing problem solvers and innovators. One of the byproducts of critical thinking skills is the ability to analyze and look at the problem in a creative and constructive thought. Critical thinkers are invariably good problem solvers. A good critical thinkers will be able to separate facts from opinions and fictions and examine the issues from all angles before making rational decisions towards solving a problem. And last but not least, fostering life skills. Critical thinking fosters life skills such as organizational skills, planning, openness, communication skills, among others. Being a life skill by itself, critical thinking enables you to take on challenges in the personal and professional world with ease. It encourages confidence and independence, thereby shaping successful life. This feature is a Bloom's taxonomy, and it can be used to determine the levels of understanding that the student will be expected to demonstrate, as well as aid in the development of appropriate instructional strategies that will enable students to complete the activities successfully. And it supports instructors in developing activities that go from simple to increasingly complex forms of knowledge. Each level of the knowledge is associated with a central question as well as action works that reflect the type of activities a student would do to demonstrate a given knowledge. And there is a sixth level. The first level is remembering. Like the students would be able to divide, duplicate, and memorize. And level 2, understanding. They would be able to classify or describe, discuss, and identify, and even translate or paraphrase. And level 3, they would be able to choose, demonstrate, illustrate, and operate, catch, solve, use, or write. And level 4, analyzing. The students will be able to compare, contrast, or criticize and discriminate. And level 5, evaluating. A student might appraise, argue, defend, judge, select, support, or evaluate. And the top, creating. They would be able to assemble, construct, create, design, develop, and formulate with right or design. The key question is, are students learning how to use critical thinking skills they need to cope with the challenges of the 21st century? And according to a survey by the Times Education Supplement, 85% of teachers worldwide feel their students don't have critical thinking skills they need when they start university. That I think are facts, because there were a case showing that 93% of teachers agree that it's important to develop students' critical thinking skills, but only 21% agree that they have all the materials they need to develop these skills. And we don't know what the jobs of future will be, but we do know that the ability to think critical is an essential skill that will prepare your students for success, no matter what they do. By looking at the results of the survey, we can clearly see the more support is required to give teachers the resources and the confidence they need to teach critical thinking effectively. And as you know, teachers play an important role in developing these skills with your students, skills that will help them navigate the ever-changing world around them. Everybody thinks that they have been teaching critical thinking in class, but very few people understand what it really means, and most importantly, how to make it happen in class. And why is it so hard to teach? The instructors need to know their subject matter, of course, but they also need to know about education itself while developing the communication skills to connect with a diverse group of learners. Most faculty members have been trained in critical thinking, and while they can pick it up, they will need consistent and sophisticated support to do it. There is 5 ways to developing critical thinking. For developing critical thinkers, and the first, questioning findings. And questioning is an essential tool for developing critical thinking skills. This is the simplest and the easiest strategy to start implementing in your classroom. Develop questions that require students to dig deeper, as open-ended questions instead of yes or no questions. For example, instead of asking students like, is learning is important, or why is learning important? Open-ended questions give students the opportunity to examine their own knowledge of the topic and questions. And number 2, student-led discussions. Student-centered learning environments promote critical thinking skills by requiring students to reflect content cognitively. In a student-centered classroom, students rely more on their peers for answers to their questions than on the teacher. The whole group discussion at the end of the lesson is very powerful and an excellent way to get a student to collaborate. And strategy number 3, inquiry-based learning. Inquiry-based learning is more than just asking what students want to learn. It's about activating interest and curiosity. The first step in successful inquiry-based learning is to get students to develop questions they want answers to. And number 4, collaboration. And one of the most important aspects of critical thinking is the ability to ask questions and analyze the answer. When students collaborate with their peers, they take ownership of their work, which promotes independence and critical thinking. Give students time throughout their lessons, they can cross with peers and share ideas. And last, problem-based learning. Problem-based learning, or PBL, is a strategy that encourages students to use critical thinking skills by providing a structure for discovery that helps students deepen their understanding. The steps are simple and can be repeated for each new topic. The first, explore a specific issue or problem. The second, explore a specific research and brainstorm. The third, develop a solution and present it to the class. Number four, create a call to action and step communication. In conclusion, modern education often focuses on memorization, compliance, and endurance rather than critical thought. Educational experiences based on skill and skills reward people who follow instructions and punish people who are more critical. Of course, people who succeed in college by doing as they were told often have trouble solving real-world problems that are new and different. Critical thinkers do well in the long run, but they often have to survive a culture that teaches them not to be critical. And that's all for me. Thank you so much for listening.
Yeah. Good morning, Mrs. Lee and friends. Today I'm going to talk about high scale activity. Okay, so these are top 100 high scale athletes breakdown by sport. So out of 100, there are 22 number of athletes, and they are making around $1 billion. Same as basketball, 31, and they're also making around $1 million. In soccer, there are 16 players, earnings around 781 million. Tennis, there are 6, total 261. Golf, 5, total 211. Baseball, 4, 118. Racing, there are only 3 players, total 32 million. Cricket, there's only 1 with 63. And MMA, 1 with 108. So we'll start with number 5. LeBron James, he's making 96.5 million. So his nationality is American, he's racist yellow, and he plays basketball. LeBron James Sr. is an American professional basketball player for the Los Angeles Lakers of the National Basketball Association. On the field, he's making $34.5 million, and off the field, he's making $65 million. The fourth is Dak Prescott, nationality American, he's 27, sport football. Wearing Dakota Prescott is an American football quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys of the National Football League. On the field, he's making 97.5, and off the field, he's making $10 million. The third is Cristiano Ronaldo. Nationality, Portuguese, age 36, sports soccer. Cristiano Ronaldo is a Portuguese professional footballer who played as a forward for Premier League club Manchester United and captains the Portugal national team. On the field, he's making $17 million, and off the field, he's making $50 million. Total 150. The second is Messi. Total, he's making $150 million. Nationality Argentina, age 33, sports soccer. Lionel Andres Messi, also known as Leo Messi, is an Argentine professional footballer who plays as a forward for League One club Paris Saint-Germain and captains the Argentine national team. On the field, he's making $97 million, and off the field, he's making $33 million. And number one is Conor McGregor. Yeah, Conor McGregor. Total, he's making $180 million. His nationality is Irish, age 32, sports MMA. Conor Anthony McGregor is Irish professional mixed martial arts. He's a former ultimate fighting champion, featherweight, and lightweight world champion. He is also the former Peace Warrior featherweight and lightweight champion. As of 19 July 2021, he's ranked 9th in the UFC lightweight rankings, and he's still 9th after now. On the field, he's making $22 million, and off the field, he's making $158 million. Yeah, thank you.
So good afternoon. So good afternoon, Mr. CD and friends. Today I want to talk about the topic that I chose. The topic that I chose is about technology. So before I go to my topic, why do I talk about technology? Because these days technologies are getting more advanced and more better, and it's improving day by day. Because these days people are more into technology than their human work or their hard work work. So they prefer using technology to make their work more easier and much more faster and save quality time. Technical difficulty issues. Okay, so this is the name of the company. Okay, so I chose a company name or like a project name. It's called Altaza, and it's an expert in solutions for industrial quality control through proprietary and patented technologies involving computer vision and artificial intelligence. The company developed software and requirement for the inspection of products, customized according to the quality criteria of different industries. The system eliminates subjectivity and identify and classify defects, reducing costs and ensuring the quality of the final product. So I chose virtual surface inspection from there's three other types. I forgot the two, but yeah, I choose the visual surface inspection. So Altaza surface is a software for
the evaluation of visual mesh surface quality. It utilizes advanced computational techniques and artificial intelligence to predict appearance defects before the final design of the part and before the production of the stamping tool. So what they identify as undulation, dents, and damages. And then these are benefits. So there are three benefits by using this. First is saving generated. What does it mean? It means saving by reducing rework and implementing waste. And second, software application. It means the evaluation follows a unique and intelligent mathematical standard. And the third is efficiency gain, increased efficiency and reduced inspection time. So how it works? So there's three methods. One is simulation software. So Alcazar surface fully identifies potential defects in the virtual simulation environment and utilize automatic integration with hand stamp that simulate the stamping process and the virtual environment that projects 3D lights patterns using the most advanced virtual reality mechanism in partnership with ESL Group and NVIDIA. And the second one there is 2D and 3D analysis. Alcazar surface uses 2D and 3D technologies to identify and classify surface defects. For example, the 3D culture creates a color map of parts curvatures. When this color map shows areas with irregular curvatures, a 3D analysis can show whether this irregularity is preserved defined by humans. And the last one, there's defect detection. So Alcazar surface can detect several types of surface defects in virtual parts. You can also see below some examples using the 2D and 3D color analysis. I didn't put the example because it's like so complicated. So yeah. Yeah, thank you for listening.
this music.
So good afternoon, Mr. Today I would like to tell some sports, weird and unusual sports on board. So the reason behind that I chose this topic is because I'm actually a really big fan of Olympics and sports, but it I was browsing through my Google and I found some weird and unusual sports that caught my attention. So the first sport that caught my attention is called sepak takraw, which is also a kick volley in a team sport played with a red pad, which is a synthetic passing ball, which is this ball right here, and between two teams of 2 to 4 players on the court, resembling a badminton court. It shares similarities to volleyball and footballing, which is used to a rapid ball, allowing players to use only their feet, knees, shoulders, chest, and head to touch the ball. Sepak takraw is often referred to as a mixture of volleyball due to its use of a net and association football as a player used their feet. Previously known as sepak takraw dari and was first exhibited in Penang in 1945. It was introduced in the 1965 in Southeast Asia Games in Kuala Lumpur as a medal event. Sepak takraw is considered Malaysia's national sport. Okay, the next that caught my attention is derby. I've always seen YouTubers play with this ball, and today, while I was making this, I noticed it's actually a sport. So, zorbing, also known as bull riding, spearing, orbing, is a recreation or sport of rolling down the hill into a board, which is made out of thick plastic bursts, which is typically, is made of plastic. Zorbing is generally performed on a gentle slope, but it can also be done on a level surface, permitting more rider control in the absence of hills. Some operators have constructed inflatable wooden, or metal racks due to the buoyant nature of the oars. Zorbing can also be created out on water, providing the oar inflated properly and still once the rider is inside, which is water walking, which is right there. Using such oars has become popular in the theme parks across the UK. There are actually 2 types of oars, harness and non-harness. Non-harness oars carry up to 3 riders, while the harness oars are constructed for 1 or 2 riders. So this is the harness one, and this is the water one. So both is considered not that dangerous, and even if you get injuries, you'll only get mild bruises or scratches from the slope, the rocks hidden in the slope. And for the water, it's just a fun activity to do with your friends. So the third, which is it's unusual and is a bit, I don't understand this part. Okay? So the next is cheese rolling. And cheese rolling is actually a tradition that stretches back over 200 years. Though its origin remains a cause of speculation, the most popular theory said is a celebration of the end of the winter and growth of new crops. Participants chase a 9 reel of cheese down the hill, which can travel over 70 meters per hour. So this is the picture of the. This is actually a very popular sport, and it's actually banned in some places since it's quite dangerous. People can fall from the hill trying to catch the cheese, and I wouldn't recommend any of my friends or family to do this sport. Okay, so the last one is for ostrich racing. Yes, this is a thing, by the way, in the 90s and in the 80s. Ostrich racing is a sport where people race each other on the backs of ostriches. They can also be ridden similarly as horse with wagons, especially saddles, reins, and bits. This contest is said to be harder to manage than horses. Ostriches are large, fighter birds They are mostly native to America. This is the most recent modern photo, and this is the back in the 90s. Yes, they used to use ostrich as horses since they are powerful birds and they can run as more faster than horses, and they're quite. I wouldn't say they're quite tame, but I guess they can be tame. Okay, thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you.
Okay, so good afternoon, Mr. Suji. So today, my name is Julia from Talk Social. For today, I will be the anchor of sport news. Okay, so welcome back to the sport update. So today news is about, yes, we know it's already past 2 years after 2020, and as we know, Thomas Cup and Uber Cup is already that will be held in this year. So yeah, I will give you guys a sport lover and also the badminton lovers about this Thomas and Uber Cup updates. So yeah, next. So today's news is there's a 3 point about Thomas Cup in this year. So first point is the date that held and the participant, and the last is there's a new rules in Thomas Cup in this year. So the first one is we're talking about the day that Thomas Cup will be held. So Thomas Cup, as we know, Thomas Cup is the international uh, championship of badminton, yeah, and especially for male athlete. So that will be held at May 8th until May 15th in 2022 in Bangkok, Thailand. And the second information about this Thomas Cup is the participant of Thomas Cup in 2022. So there will be a 16 country that will be best participant in this championship. So there will be separate in 4 groups. There is group A, B, C, and D. So the first group is Indonesia. There's Indonesia, South Korea, Thailand, and then there's Singapore. And group B, there will be Denmark, China, France, and Algeria. And the group C is there is Italy, India, Germany, and Canada. And the last group is group B. There will be Japan, Malaysia, England, and New Zealand. Next, and the last one is there is the new rules in Thomas Cup in 2022. So the new rules is about due the unfinished COVID-19 pandemic, BWF has the World Badminton Association has now allowed that everything that will compete to bring complicate to bring the 12 players list, which was previously only 10. And yes, this person Uh, as we know, his name is Pan. He is one of legend badminton athlete from Malaysia. So he gave his opinion that these rules will be give a good benefit for him to have a stable athlete. And he said especially for Indonesian game. Because as we know, 2 years ago, Indonesia is win the gold medal in this championship in this Thomas Cup. And yeah, he gives the opinion about that about the murals in Thomas Cup. So yeah, that's it for today's news, and yeah, thank you for listening to this news.
Thank you, Media Lovely.
Good morning, Mr. Sudi. Good afternoon, Mr. Sudi, and also good afternoon, friends. Today, I want to tell you about my PPT. It's about MotoGP. Okay, what we all know about MotoGP? MotoGP is a premier world championship of motorship racing with 18 race series. We are visiting 13 countries for continents and worldwide television converge. Next is there are 10 nationalists of the world. Most races are at the corner of the grid. They are armed with the latest motorcycle technology, with a prototype of engines built by 3 manufacturers. One of it is Bugatti, the second is Yamaha, and the third is Honda. We can race on Grand Prix weekend and 3 categories race in every MotoGP weekend. The first one is Moto3. 4-stroke, 250 cc, single cylinder class, developed by 125 GP category in the 2012. Maximum age for rider is 28 years, 25 years old for riders with wild cards. All those under contract are competing in Moto3 for the first time. The second is Moto2. This class is replaced the 256 class in 2010. Honda was the sole engine supplier and developed proprietary tracks. The motor is powered by 600 cc 4-stroke engine with less proportionality, 140 HP horsepower. And the process design is free with the limits of fit. Grand Prix account with the technical regulations. The main frame, swing arm to tank, seat, and bearing the body are from non-prototype The second is IE, series production going homology. The minimum age for riders is 16 years. The third one is MotoGP. This is the latest one from the MotoGP series evolution. Is the next autonomous test for the best balance of motorcycle racing. Where is the maximum engine capacity is 1000 cc for stroke, and the minimum age is rider is 18 years. This is the Grand Prix where the place over 3 days. The first 2 days is the practice side, the practice day, and then the MotoGP changed the qualifying from 2015, where riders will be evaluated for the top 10 qualifying session slots by placing of practice time during free practice. For the second tier is for qualifiers. Helped by Saturday Solar racers in achieve the powerful boost and will have the undergo shorter qualifiers thereafter. After the Motor 2 or Motor 3, the qualifying format remains the same. The third day of the race day. Next this is the MotoGP qualification condition. I will start it. The first one is there will be a 45 minutes before this. The shortest which is the help of Friday mornings and afternoons, as well as the Saturday mornings. The difference is here will be that the first time each session will count towards qualifying. With the combined results determining whether a rider will participate in Q1 or Q2. The Q1 will consist of driver positions 11 and below. There will be, I think, 15 minutes. So far, the drivers have the incentive to qualify for Q2. This will be the result of 12 riders battling for the final 15 minutes in the Q2 session. The drivers will not participate in the Q1 session will be taken with 13 sessions. And about according to their QP1. The next is on the race day, there will be a warm up. Warm up, we all know this warm up. The short is UP session is over, so the rest is ready to start in the smallest category, namely for the Motor 5 class. In the Motor 2 class, and the final, the most precious class, Motor GP class. This is can change, but really, the overall length of the race will be 90 until 130 kilometers, usually lasts 40 to 45 minutes, depending on the number of lap sets. Let's discuss by class. Pit stops are rare, but they are permitted, especially by in changing weather conditions, where riders may enter the pit line or maybe switch motorbikes according to different time tire characteristics. This is only available on MotoGP. Riders. There are also riders. The current MotoGP World Champion is Mark Lopez, Team Repsol Honda. Then in 2016, when his first primary class title in his position. This is Marquez is very amazing. That with his Honda Repsol team, Daniel in third after the year of team. This is the next the 2014 the MotoGP class was going by new section of technologies that was ensured that the level of competition and racing ability remains very high level. And then the replacing the car for Crespo seats on the Type A bike with additional car training and might be making their way with the GO and F1 Go and Fun teams on West weekend. The results. Next is the list of participation in each Grand Prix contest of nine drivers. Contest may nominate by the team for the entire season. There is an entry wild card for local drivers at each going event. There is around 24 participants will line up at each MotoGP, and around 35 participants take part in each Moto2 and Moto3 race. Races are around the world, but take part from 15 countries: Australia, Belgium, Brazil, Colombia, Czech Republic, Finland, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, Malaysia, Netherlands, Portugal, Denmark, Spain, South Africa, Finland, Ireland, UK, USA, and the format of each racer are from 3 with its category. Visit the rider team section. MotoGP is also going to have 30 healthy charity, which help the workers in Africa that is with the transport, so they can live the most isolated. So MotoGP is just doesn't about race. MotoGP is also about can help people that are with a very poor isolated product. This is the list of the MotoGP 22 riders that are Master Fuji Yamaha, Fabio Quartararo, and Franco Morbidelli, Yamaha Ernest, Andrea Dovizioso, and Dan Binder, Lexus Honda, Marc Marquez, and Paul Espargaro. LCR Honda, Adi Nakagami, and Alex Marquez. Ducati Lenovo, Francesco Bagnaia, and Jack Miller. Pramac Racing, Johan Zarco, and George Martin. Racing Team TR46, Utama Hime, and Marco JZC. Racing, Enel Bastianini, and Fabio De Antonio. Suzuki X-Star, Johan Mir, and Alex Prince. Aprilia Racing, Alex Espargaro, and Marguerite Vinales. Red Bull KTM, Brad Binder, and Miguel Oliveira. Tech 3 KTM, Randy Gardner, and Rob Fernandez. That is for my small MotoGP presentation. This is also the source that I test for everyone to thank you for listening to my presentation. Good afternoon, Mr. Chidi and friends who are with me. So today I'm going to introduce you football, not American football, but football that is played with soccer. So when defined football was invented by Charles Darwin to define the idea of an international competition and what is football? Football is a sport game involving teams which protocol on fields by 11 players, which consists of one goalkeeper and 10 outfield players, field carries defensive, midfield, and attacking stations. So they will maneuver the ball into the other team goal without raising their hands, and the team which strike more goals is the winner. So I'm going to explain the basic rule of football. So there are actually so many former rules in football, but here I'll just explain the most common one. So first, no one may touch the ball except for goalkeeper and goal area.
And the dogs were other players, whether it is an accident or a replay. They are the ones to be tolerated, and the whole team will get consequences, especially for the fall door. And other players are the ones to keep the ball inside the white square, and one who made it out most likely upper hand get the ball from home. So what if we break it down? There are different types of football offense, which are minor offense and serious offense. What if we break the rules? So in real competition, there are referees who will supervise the game codes. They will use two types of cards. First, yellow cards is which is to warn a minor offense, and red card is used to disqualify the player for serious offense. That's all. Thanks for listening.
Good afternoon. Today I will presentate on the death penalty and why I think we need to put it in. So the death penalty is the ultimate cruel, inhumane, and degrading punishment. Personally, I oppose the death penalty without exception, regardless of who is accused, the nature or circumstances of the crime, guilt or innocence, or even method of execution. So why is it that? The death penalty is an inherent violation. An inherent violation for what? Well, I personally believe the death penalty inherently violates the constitutional law against cruel and unusual punishment and the guarantees of due process of law and equal protection under the law. Furthermore, I believe that the state should not give assess the right to kill human beings, especially when it shows the premeditation of the ceremony in the name of the law or in the name of its people, and when it does so in an arbitrary and discriminatory fashion. Capital punishment is an intolerable denial of civil liberties and is inconsistent with the fundamental values of the democracy. The death penalty is uncivilized in theory and unfair and inconsistent in practice. Through litigation, legislation, and advocacy against this barbaric and brutal institution, we need to strive to prevent execution and seek the abolition of capital punishment. The risk of executing innocent people. Since the 1970s, at least 160 individuals were initially sentenced to death were exonerated. This means that they were found to be innocent and then released, and others have been executed despite compelling evidence that they may have been wrongfully convicted. Death penalty sentences are not exempt from the United States that plague our criminal legal system. Wrongful convictions occur for a multitude of reasons, including racial bias, false and or coerced confessions, police or procedural misconduct, and faulty forensic evidence. The release of people on death row over the decades, based on evidence that they did not commit the acts for which they were sentenced, is yet another example of the deep and deadly flaw criminal legal system. And unlike prison sentences, the death penalty is irreversible. Capital punishment denies the due process of law. Its imposition is often arbitrary, and it's always irrelevant. Forever depriving an individual of the opportunity to benefit from new evidence or new laws that might warrant the reversal of conviction or the setting aside of the death sentence. Incompatible with human rights. The death penalty violates the right to life, which happens to be the most basic of all human rights. It also violates the right to not be subjected to torture and other cruel, inhumane, or degrading treatment or punishment. Furthermore, the death penalty undermines human dignity, which is inherent to every human being. It is cruel because it's a relic of the earliest days of technology, when slavery, branding, and other corporal punishments were commonplace. Like those barbaric practices, execution had no place in a civilized society. The next point is that it does not deter crime. It's not a viable form of crime. For years, criminologists have studied whether the death penalty deters crime. The research has demonstrated that we need to look elsewhere to reduce the level of homicide. The death penalty lacks a deterrent effect, which is commonly referred to as adequacy. As recently stated by the General Assembly of the United Nations, there is no conclusive evidence of the deterrent value of the death penalty. As a society, we cannot continue to allow state-sanctioned murder. We must stop responding to harms committed with punishment and retribution, and instead center restorative justice and healing. That means focusing on the needs of the victims of violence and their loved ones as they rebuild their lives. It also means fostering reparations and reconciliatory processes with communities at large. My next point would be lack of sympathy. Opposing the death penalty does not include a lack of sympathy for murder. On the contrary, murder demonstrates a lack of respect of human life. Because life is precious and death is horrific, murder is abhorrent, and the policy of state-authorized killing is downright immoral. It epitomizes the tragic inefficiency and brutality of violence rather than reason, and the solution to this question is a problem. Many murder victims do not support state-sponsored violence to prevent or protect their loved ones. Sadly, these victims have often been marginalized by politicians and prosecutors who would rather publicize the claims of full death penalty and and my last point would be that it is discriminatory, a disproportional manner against women. The weight of the death penalty is disproportionately carried by those with less advantaged socioeconomic backgrounds or belonging to a racial, ethnic, or religious minority. This includes having limited access to legal representation, or being at a greater disadvantage in their experience of the criminal justice system. The death penalty system in the US especially is applied in an unfair and unjust manner against people, largely dependent on how much money they have, the skill of their attorneys, race of the victim, and where the crime is placed. People of color are far more likely to be executed than white people, especially the victims. So, should we stop? The abolition of the death penalty is a highly symbolic policy, which highlights the universality of human rights. The death penalty is not a useful instrument to combat crime. The loss of life in which it results is irreparable and a miscarriage of justice in the legal system. The death penalty is not simply a criminal justice policy instrument, but a downright violation of human rights. Thank you.
Dadah, gitu dong.